In the days when the world was younger, and the memory of the elder days yet lingered in the hearts of the dwarfs, there lived in the arid Lewin, the Blue Mountains, a young king named Thrain Stonehelm. Now, Thrain was of the line of Durin's folk, who had wandered west, and though his beard was yet dark, and his years few as the dwarfs count them, his heart burned with fire. It came to pass that Thrain led his people to a stark and windswept peak in the northern reaches of the arid Lewin, where veins of iron ran thick as a dwarf's arm, and silver gleamed in the deepest delvings. This mountain the dwarfs named Khazad-dûm, the dwarven fortress, though as yet it was but a promise carved in stone. Here shall we raise walls that will endure until the breaking of the world, declared Thrain to his folk, standing upon a great outcrop of granite. Here shall the songs of our hammers echo for 1,000 generations. Yet, the mountain was not easily won. The winds howled through the passages like the voices of the houseless dead, and in the abandoned goblin tunnels that riddled the northern slopes, foul things stirred when the moon was dark. The dwarfs toiled mightily, their picks ringing against the stubborn stone. But progress was slow as the grinding of the millstones of the gods. As autumn waned, and the first snows began to dust the peaks, mummers arose among the elder dwarfs. Groen, the greybeard, who had seen the glory of Nogrod in his youth, spoke thus to his fellows about the forge fires. The lad reaches too high, too swift. Better to delve deep and sure, and to build tall and hasty. Mark my words. This haste will bring naught but grief. But Thrain heard not these counsels, or if he heard them, he heeded them not. For in his heart was the vision of Khazad-dûm complete, mighty walls rising sheer from the living rock, gates of steel and stone that no enemy could breach, towers that would pierce the very clouds. And always, like a shadow at the edge of thought, came the knowledge that winter approached, and with it would come the orcs from their northeastern passages drawn by the ring of dwarf hammers and the gleam of dwarf gold. Then, on a night when the blizzard raged so fierce that even the hardiest dwarf dared not venture beyond the temporary holes, there came a knocking at the outer door. Three times the knock came, each blow reverberating through the stone like the stroke of a great bell in the deeps. And where the door wardens drew back the heavy bars and opened up to the storm, there stood a figure. A figure that made even those stout hearts quail. He was tall for one of Durin's folk, his head nearly touching the lintel of the door. His beard was black as the shadows under the mountain, plated with strands of a dull grey metal that no dwarf could name, not mithril, not iron, not any ore known. His eyes gleamed, dark and deep, polished almost, reflecting the torchlight with a reddish gleam. He wore no cloak against the storm, and the snow did not cling to him, but fell away as if it dared not touch this person. I am Borin Stonehewer, he said, and his voice was like stones shifting in the deep places of the earth. I would speak with your king. Behind him, barely visible through the driving snow, loomed a shape that made the door warden step back in alarm. It was a beast like unto a badger, but such a badger as might have dwelt in the elder days, when all things were mightier. Its shoulders stood as high as a pony's. Its fur was dark as midnight, and its claws were like mattocks of hardened steel. Its eyes gleamed red in the torchlight, and it was said it made no sound at all, save for the deep rhythm of its breathing. This is Grund, said Borin, laying a hand upon the beast's massive head. We have traveled far, through ways that are forgotten. Take us to your lord. And so, the great hall that the dwarves had carved from living rock, King Thrain sat upon his throne, In the armrest was set the heartstone of Azanul Bizarre, a ruby of surpassing beauty that glowed with an inner fire. This stone had been in his family since the days when his forefathers dwelt in the halls of the Firebeards, and it was said that it had been cut from the heart of the mountain itself by Telkar, the smith in the deeps of time. It is said when Boran Stonehewer entered the hall, a hush fell upon the assembled dwarves. He strode forward with measured steps, his strange companion padding silently beside him, until he stood before the throne. He made no bow, offered no courtesy, but spoke directly to the king, one master craftsman to another. Thrain, son of Nine, I have heard tell of your need. Your walls rise slowly, and winter comes swift. Your enemies gather in the north. Yes, and your people grow weary with toil. I offer you a bargain. The king leaned forward, his interest kindled despite the stranger's presumption. Speak then, Master Boran, if master you be. What bargain would you strike with the Lord of Khazad-dûm? I will build your fortress complete, said Boran, his voice carrying to every corner of the hall. Outer walls, 30 feet thick at the base. Proof against any engine of war. A main gate that 20 trolls could not breach. Watchtowers set at every point of the compass. All this I will accomplish before the spring thaw loosens the ice from the peaks. A murmur ran through the hall like wind through autumn leaves. Dain, the mason, chief of Thrain's builders, rose from his seat. Impossible, he declared. Not if every dwarf in Ered Luin
labored without rest. Could such a task be completed in thrice that time?
Borin turned his dark gaze upon the mason, and Dain found himself unable to meet those eyes.
I did not say every dwarf,
said Borin.
I said I would build it. I, and Grund alone.
Then the hall erupted in voices. Some cried sorcery, others madness. But Thrain raised his hand for silence. And when it came, he spoke carefully, weighing each word like gold upon a merchant's scale. And what price would you ask for this marvel, Master Borin? For surely such a deed demands a mighty recompense.
Two things only,
replied Borin.
First, the heart stone of Azanul-Bezar that burns in your throne. Second, the service of your daughter, Princess Dee's Ironbrow, to work at my forge, and under my instruction for the making of all metalwork for the great gate, hinges, bolts, and the mechanism of the portcullis.
At this, a figure rose from among the counselors. A dwarf woman of surpassing skill and beauty, her beard intricately braided with fine silver wire, her arms strong from years at the forge. This was Dee's, renowned throughout the Blue Mountains for her mastery of the smith's art.
You would have me serve you? She asked. What secrets of the forge do you possess that I have not already mastered?
Borin smiled, a cold smile that did not reach his eyes.
Secrets older than your mountains, daughter of stone. Secrets that were ancient when Telkar was young.
King Thrain consulted with his council, and of course the debate was long and heated. Some argued that the Heartstone was beyond price, was the very symbol of their lineage. Others feared what knowledge this strange dwarf might steal from them through D's. But Thran, in his pride and cunning, believed he saw through the stranger's boast.
Very well, he said at last. But hear my conditions. You shall work alone, you and your beast, with no aid from any dwarf on my kingdom. Every stone must be quarried by your hand, shaped by your skill, and set by your strength. If you fail to complete the fortress by first day of spring thaw, you shall receive nothing and depart from our lands forever. It is agreed, said Borin. Let the oath be sworn.
And so, in the ancient manner of their people, they swore upon hammer and anvil, upon the stone of the mountain and the fire of the forge. The words of the oath seemed to echo in the deeps below, as if the very mountain itself bore witness to the bargain. When dawn broke grey and cold over Khazad-dûm, Borin Stonehewer was already at his labor. The dwarves who ventured out to watch saw a sight that would remain graven in their memory until their beards were white as winter's snow. Borin worked as no dwarf had ever worked. His great hammer rose and fell in a rhythm like the heartbeat of the mountain. And with each blow, the stone shaped itself to his will. Not roughly, as when lesser craftsmen break rock from rock, but smoothly. Smoothly as if the granite remembered some ancient form and yearned to return to it. The blocks he carved were massive, each one the size of a small dwelling. Yet they fitted together with such precision that a knife blade could not be slipped between them. And Grund, the great cave badger, labored beside his master with a strength that seemed drawn from the very bones of the earth. You see, the beast would grasp boulders that 20 dwarfs could not shift, and he would drag them to where Borin waited. Just like this, Just like this, they worked together in perfect harmony, needing no words, as if they shared a single thought. Day after day, the walls rose, and the dwarves of Khazad-dûm watched with growing amazement and dread. The construction was not merely swift. It was magnificent. The walls were buttressed with mathematical precision. Each stone looked to its neighbor in patterns that seemed both simple and infinitely complex. The foundations went down to the very roots of the mountain, anchored in the bedrock with a cunning that surpassed their understanding.
"This is no natural skill,"
muttered Growin, the grey-beard, to his companions as they watched from the temporary ramparts.
"Mark how the stone yields to him, as if it knows his very touch. I have heard tales of the Aule Mahar, the servants of Aule himself. Could this be such one?"
But Nain the Wise, eldest of the lore masters, shook his head.
"The Aule Mahar are beings of light and song. This Morin is too dark, too silent. There is earth in him, yes, but old earth, deep earth. Earth that remembers things best forgotten."
Princess Dees often stood upon the walls, watching the stone hewer at his work. Her keen eye, trained by years at the forge, saw the mastery in every movement. The perfect economy of effort that spoke of centuries, perhaps ages, of practice. She began to prepare her own forge, selecting her finest tools, knowing that her time would come. Yet in her heart was a mixture of anticipation and dread. For what manner of dwarf could work stone as if it were clay? When the feast of Jorin's Day came, marking the midpoint of winter, more than half the fortress stood complete. The walls rose 30 feet from their foundations, faced with smooth granite that gleamed like silver in the winter sun. The corner towers were taking shape, their design both beautiful and formidable. At this rate, it was clear that Boren would complete his task, with time to spare. King Thrain walked alone upon the completed sections of the wall. The hearthstone in his throne seemed to pulse with an uneasy light, as if it somehow sensed its impending loss. The king ran his hand along the perfectly fitted stones, feeling their chill through his gloves. These walls would stand for an age of the world, he knew. But at what cost? In the deep winter, when the days were shortest and the nights bitter cold, King Thrain called a secret council. Only his most trusted advisors were summoned. Dain the mason, Groen the greybeard, Nain the wise, Princess Dees, and young Philly Silvervein, an apprentice smith known for his quick wit and deep knowledge of the mountain's lore.
"We have been fools," said Thrain. "The stone ewer will complete his task. We will lose the heartstone of our fathers, and my daughter must serve this strange master. What counsel can you offer?" "We could challenge him to single combat,"
suggested Dain, though something in his voice lacked conviction.
"The oath said nothing about, 'And would you face him?'"
interrupted Groen.
"You have seen his strength. He who moves stones as you move pebbles. And what of his beast? Huh? No. Combat is not the answer."
"Perhaps sabotage," another suggested. But Nain shook his head firmly.
"We are dwarves of honor. To break an oath sworn on hammer and anvil would bring a curse upon our house, worse than any loss."
It was then that young Feely spoke up. "If I may, my lords, I believe there might be another way. A way that breaks no oath, yet might save us a bargain." All eyes turned to the young apprentice, who flushed under their gaze, but continued. "My grandsire was Fundin, the Delver, who explored the deepest caves of Ered Luin. He told me many tales of the creatures that dwell in the dark places. including the great cave badgers. They are strong beyond measure, loyal to their masters unto death, and fearless in battle. But they have one weakness.
Speak on, commanded Thorin, leaning forward with interest.
Well, in the deepest delvings, where the roots of the mountain touch the fires that burn at the heart of the world, there grows a moss called Gamil Zirak, the old silver. It glows with like a faint light, and its scent is said to be irresistible to the cave badgers. My grandsire once saw a great cave badger abandon its master in the middle of a battle with orcs. So maddened was it by the scent of the moss. And you know where this moss might be found? Asked Dees, her eyes sharp with hope. Well, I know the tales, you see, said Feely. I know the tales. The path is perilous, the passages long abandoned, where the stone worms burrow and nameless things creep. But if we could obtain a small amount,
then we might lure the beast away at the crucial moment, finished Thorin. Without Grund, even the mighty stone hewer could not complete his task in time. Philly, Silvervein, you have given us hope. Who will venture into the depths?
And in the end, it was Ori, the old delver, who led the expedition, taking with him only 2 companions, Beaufort the Bold and young Feely himself. They descended through passages that had not known dwarf feet for centuries, their torches casting dancing shadows on walls carved with strange signs from the elder days. The journey was perilous indeed. In the forgotten deeps, they heard sounds that made even stout dwarf hearts quail. The scraping of stone worms in their tunnels, the whisper of wings in the darkness, the drip of water that was not water. Once, they came upon a chasm so deep that their torches could not illuminate its bottom, spanned only by a narrow bridge of stone that crumbled at their passage. But at last, after 3 days in the darkness, they found what they sought. In a cavern warmed by the earth's inner fires, where steam rose from fissures in the floor, the Gamil Zirak grew in phosphorescent clusters. It was beautiful beyond description, casting a gentle silver light that made the cave seem like a hole of stars. And it said, even to dwarf noses, it was intoxicating, like honey and earth and the first breath of spring all mingled together. Carefully, reverently, they harvested the precious moss, filling a leather sack with the glowing fronds. Then, swift as they dared, they made their way back to the upper halls, carrying their treasure like a dragon's hoard. The last days of winter came, the final fury of storms. The fortress of Khazad-dûm stood nearly complete, its walls a testament to impossible skill. Only the great gate remained unfinished. Gateway that would be the marvel of the age, with doors of stone and steel that no enemy could breach. Boren Stonehewer had shaped the doorposts from single blocks of granite, each one carved with ruins of warding that seemed to shimmer in certain lights. The doors themselves lay ready, awaiting only their hanging. But first must come the lintel, a massive stone that would cap the gateway and bear the weight of the wall above. This stone Boren had saved for last, and it was a monster, 30 feet long and proportioned accordingly, carved from the hardest granite the mountain could yield, even groomed, mighty as he was, strained to position such a weight. On the eve of the spring thaw, with storm winds howling about the peaks, Boren gave the command, and groomed took up the great chains attached to the lintel stone. Princess Dees stood ready at her forge, prepared to begin her service once the gate was hung. King Thrain and his court watched from the walls, hearts heavy with the knowledge of impending loss. It was then that Fili and Ori put their plan into action. Under the cover of the storm, they positioned themselves upwind of the gateway. The sack of Gamil Sirak hidden beneath their cloaks. At the crucial moment, as grooms strained to lift the mighty lintel, they opened the sack. The effect was instantaneous and terrible. The great cave badger froze in mid-pool, its massive head swinging around, nostrils flaring wide. A sound came from its throat, not a growl, but a moan of pure desire. The chains fell from its claws with a crash that shook the ground. A little stone, half raised, toppled back to earth.
Grund,
Roared Borin, but his voice was lost in the storm. The beast had caught the scent now, and nothing in Middle-earth could have held it back. With a bellow of longing, it charged through the snow, following the invisible trail of scent, vanishing to the white chaos of the blizzard. Borin Stonehewer stood alone by the fallen stone. His great fists clenched at his sides. Long he stood thus, while the storm raged about him. And when at last he turned, his face was terrible to behold. Dawn came pale and clear, and with it the first warm wind of spring. Ice began to drip from the eaves, and the snow settled with a sound like sighing. The fortress of Khazad-dûm stood mighty and magnificent, but incomplete. The great gateway gaped open like a missing tooth in a smile. Borin strode to the great hall where Thurin stood upon his throne, the hearthstone burning like a coal in its setting. Borin's eyes were darker than ever, and when he spoke, his voice carried the chill of the deepest places under the mountain.
Your mountain rat cunning has bested me, son of Thrain,
He said.
The letter of the bargain is yours. Keep your pretty stone and your daughter from my forge.
Thrain began to speak, words of hollow victory on his lips. But Borin raised his hand. The king found his voice dying in his throat.
But hear now the words of Borin Stonehewer, and let them be graven upon your hearts as deeply as ruins upon stone. This fortress, Khazad-dûm, born of ambition and deceit, shall ever bear the mark of an unfinished gate. May its strength be its weakness, and may a shadow of mistrust linger in its deepest holes. You have won your wager by trickery, and by trickery shall your victories turn to ash. May you win your battles, but find no peace within these walls. And may your descendants look upon this gate and remember the day when true mastery was thwarted by petty cunning. And when your people's need is greatest, when perfection is required, may they find their works ever so slightly flawed. A crack in the keystone, a weakness in the steel, a flaw in the gem. And may they remember then the stone hewer's curse.
With that, Borin turned and strode from the hall. Outside, he found Grund sitting in the snow, still dazed from the intoxication. Moss stains about his great muzzle. Without a word, the stone hewer laid his hand upon the beast's head. Together they walked away into the melting snow, passing like shadows from the gates of Khazad-dûm, never to be seen again in those lands. The dwarfs labored to complete the gate themselves, but the little stone that Borin had prepared was too mighty for them to raise. In the end, they used a smaller stone, well carved but not perfect. A gap remained, no wider than a finger, but through it the wind would always whistle, bearing with it in winter a chill that no fire could warm. And so, Khazad-dûm was completed, and it stood strong for many years, a bulwark against the enemies of the dwarfs. The orcs broke against its walls like waves upon stone, and Thrain won great renown as a warrior and a king. But within those walls, peace was harder to find. Small disputes grew into feuds. Trust came slowly between kingfolk. And always there was the whistle of wind through the imperfect gate, reminding them of what had been lost for the sake of keeping what they had. Princess Dees became a smith of great skill, perhaps the greatest of her age. But always she wondered what secrets Boren might have taught her. In her forge late at night, she would sometimes pause in her work, thinking she had heard the ring of a greater hammer and a more perfect anvil somewhere deep beneath the mountain. The heartstone of Azanul Bazaar remained in Thrain's throne, but its light seemed dimmer than before, as if some of its fire had been quenched. And when Thrain was old, and his beard white as snow, he would sit before it in the long evenings and wonder if he had truly won or lost on that distant day. Years later, when young dwarfs would boast their cleverness in taverns, an elder would often interrupt them with this tale. "Aye," the greybeard would say, settling back with his pipe, "cleverness is a fine thing, and dwarfs must use their wits as well as their axes. But remember the tale of Khazad-dûm and the stone Ura's curse. When you strike a bargain, look to its spirit, not merely its letter. For the greatest treasures, be they knowledge, friendship, or the perfect craft, cannot be won by trickery. And even in the finest fortress, if built on a foundation of dishonor, may carry a chill that no hearth fire can ever truly dispel from the stone." And the young dwarfs would nod and stroke their beards, though whether they truly understood the lesson, no one would really know. But they remembered this tale and passed it down through the generations until Khazad-dûm itself crumbled to ruin, and the dwarfs had passed into the east. Yet still the story endured, a reminder graven in memory as deeply as ruins in stone, that some victories cost more than defeat, some bargains should never be struck. Thus ends the tale of Boren and the walls of Khazad-dûm as it was told by the dwarfs themselves. And may those who hear it learn its wisdom, and may their own walls stand true, built on honor rather than cunning, and sealed with trust rather than trickery. In the sprawling halls of arid Lewin, where the blue mountains thrust their roots deep into the earth, young Thrain, son of Thror, walked with purpose. His beard, barely reaching his chest, was plated with simple iron beads, a stark contrast to the ornate gold and gems adorning the elders of his clan. Yet, it was not his appearance that drew curious glances from passing dwarves, but the intensity burning in his dark eyes. Thrain made his way through winding corridors, past roaring forges and bustling workshops. The constant rhythm of hammers on anvils, once a source of pride, now seemed to him a hollow echo of greater glories lost. Since the fall of Erebor, Durin's folk had carved out a life here, but Thrain knew in his bones that this was not their true home. As he approached the great library, Thrain's steps slowed. He paused before the intricately carved doors, his hand hovering over the handle. Inside lay volumes of lore stretching back to the First Age. But it was not these well-trodden histories that called to him. No, Thrain sought something deeper. Whispers of a legend that danced at the edges of memory, the halls of the endless night. The name itself seemed to carry weight, though Thrain had only caught fragments of the tale itself. Vast caverns, untouched wealth, and a curse that sent shivers down the spines of even the bravest warriors. Most dismissed this tale as fancy, just a tale to keep young dwarfs from straying too far into unmapped tunnels. But Thrain sensed something more. With a deep breath, he pushed open the library doors. The musty scent of ancient parchment enveloped him as he strode past towering shelves, his eyes scanning titles and languages long forgotten by the world of men. At the far end of the chamber, a section lay shrouded in shadow, its contents deemed too dangerous or obscure for casual perusal. It was here that Thrain lingered, his fingers tracing the spines of books whose very titles sent a thrill of excitement through him. As he selected a particularly ancient book, a voice startled him from his reverie. "Careful, young lord," croaked Norrin, the wizened keeper of books. "Some knowledge is left buried." Thrain met the old dwarf's gaze steadily. "And some truths must be unearthed, no matter the cost." Norrin's bushy eyebrows rose, but he said nothing more as Thrain retreated to a secluded alcove, a heavy book cradled in his arms like a precious gem. and as he began to read, the world around him faded away, replaced by visions of shadowed depths and whispered promises of power beyond reckoning. In that moment, though he did not realize it yet, Thrain took his first step on a path that would lead him into the very heart of an ancient and terrible mystery. The legend, the halls of the endless night, had taken root in his mind, and it would not let him go until he had uncovered every last secret, no matter the price he might have to pay. Later that night, the candles guttered low in Thrain's private chambers, casting long shadows across piles of ancient texts and crumbling maps. The young dwarf lord hunched over a massive book, his fingers tracing lines of script so old the ink had faded into a ghostly brown. Dark circles shadowed his eyes, testament to countless nights spent in pursuit of forgotten knowledge. The expedition of Naran the Bold, Thrain muttered, squinting at a particularly obscure passage. 70 dwarves, delving deeper into the mountain than ever before. But only silence returned. He reached for a quill, jotting down notes in a journal already bulging with scraps of parchment and hastily sketched diagrams. Each fragment of lore, no matter how small, might be the key to unlocking the mystery of the halls of the endless night. As dawn's first light began to filter through narrow air shafts, Thrain reluctantly set aside his research. The ancient texts had given him much, but he knew that books alone would not reveal all the secrets he sought. There were older, living sources of knowledge in Ered Luin, dwarfs whose memories stretched back to times when the halls of endless night were more than just a whispered legend. Thrain made his way to some deep levels of the mountain, where the oldest of their kind spent their twilight years. The corridors here were quieter, the air thick with the scent of pipeweed and the soft murmur of ancient voices. As he entered a vast chamber, carved with the likeness of long-dead heroes, Thrain's eyes fell upon a group of elderly dwarfs gathered around a smouldering pit. He approached cautiously, aware of the suspicious glances cast his way. One dwarf in particular caught his attention. Varen, whose beard was so long it pooled on the floor at his feet. Thrain had heard tales of Varen's wisdom and his long memory, Master Farron, Thrain said, bowing his head in respect. Might I have a moment of your time? Farron's old eyes, watery with age but still sharp, studied him carefully.
Depends on what you're after, lad.
Thrain chose his words carefully. I seek knowledge of our people's history, of expeditions long past, and colonies lost. A hush fell over the gathered elders. Farron's expression darkened, but there was a glint of something. Curiosity, perhaps, or long-buried excitement in his gaze. The whole of endless nights. Dangerous ground you're treading, young lord, Farron said slowly. Some things are best left buried. But Thrain was persistent, and over the next hours, he coaxed fragments of tales and myths from Farron and the other elders. They spoke of a time before the fall of Erebor, when Durin's folk had sought to expand their domain within the Blue Mountains. They spoke of a colony that delved too deep and too greedily. They found something down there, one ancient dwarf whispered. Something that should have remained hidden. Thrain's heart raced as he pieced together the accounts. A pattern emerged, not of mere accident or misfortune, but of a deliberate act. The lost colony, some believe, had sacrificed themselves to contain something beneath a mountain. Thrain pored over his notes, cross-referencing them with the ancient texts. Slowly, a picture began to form. The halls of endless night were real. A vast network of caverns, deep within arid Lewin. And somewhere in those lightless depths might lay a key to an ancient power, one that could restore his people to glory, or doom them all. As he worked, a chill ran down his spine. He could almost hear whispers at the edge of his consciousness, urging him onwards. This mystery called to him, promising answers to questions he had not yet thought to ask. Poring over a faded map, Thrain made a chilling discovery. The sealed tunnels mentioned in the mining records formed a pattern, a massive containment area deep within the mountain. It must be the halls of endless night. Standing before the statues of his ancestors, Thrain's resolve hardened. Drawing his dagger, he cut a lock from his beard. I, Thrain, son of Thror, he intoned solemnly, swear by stone and steel that I will uncover the truth of the halls of endless night, whatever the cost. The oath hung in the air, witnessed only by the silent stone. Thrain knew the path ahead was fraught with danger, but he was determined to solve the mystery that had haunted his people for generations. But Thrain knew he could not face the challenges ahead alone. He needed a company, dwarves of skill and courage, who could be trusted with a secret that might shake the very foundations of their society. His first choice was Dwalin, a warrior of renown whose axe had tasted orc blood in 100 battles. Thrain found him in the training grounds, his muscled arms glistening with sweat as he demonstrated combat techniques to younger dwarfs. "I need your strength, Dwalin," Thrain said, pulling him aside, "and your discretion." Dwalin's eyes narrowed, but he nodded grimly. "My axe is yours, as always. But what darkness calls for such secrecy?" Next came Ori, a young scribe with a thirst for knowledge that rivaled Thrain's own. In the vast libraries, Ori's quill scratched ceaselessly, recording histories others deemed unimportant. "There are truths hidden in the deep places," Thrain whispered to him. "Will you help me uncover them?" Ori's eyes lit up with excitement. "A chance to write history, not just record it. I'm with you." Baron was an unlikely choice. A rotund chef, more at home in the kitchens than the mines. But his expertise in fungi and underground flora could prove invaluable. "We'll be traveling where few have gone before," Thrain explained. "Your knowledge of what grows in the dark could save our lives." Baron tugged at his braided beard, considering. "Aye, and someone needs to keep you lot fed. I'm in." The last to join was Nori, a dwarf with a shadowy past and fingers quicker than the eye could follow. Thrain found him in a tavern, deftly relieving a merchant of his coin purse. "I need someone who can open doors others can't," Thrain said, catching Nori's wrist before he could vanish into the crowd. Nori grinned, a glint of mischief in his eyes. "Locks and traps are my speciality. This sounds like a proper adventure." In the weeks that followed, they gathered in secret, poring over maps and preparing supplies. Each brought their own unique skills to the company. Dwalin's martial prowess Ori's scholarly knowledge, Baron's survival expertise, and Nori's roguish talents. As they worked, Thrain saw their motivations emerge. Dwalin sought to protect his people from whatever threat lurked in the depths. Ori burned with the desire to uncover lost knowledge. Baron, beneath his jovial exterior, yearned to prove his worth beyond the kitchen. And Nori simply craved the thrill of the unknown. On the eve of their departure, Thrain gathered his company in a hidden chamber. What we do for the good of all our people, he said. The path ahead is dark and dangerous, but together we will uncover the truth, the halls of endless night. The four dwarves nodded, determination etched on their faces. As one, they turned towards the depths of the mountain, ready to face whatever secrets and pearls awaited them in the forgotten halls of their ancestors. The journey to the halls of endless night was arduous. For days, Thrain led his company through abandoned mineshafts and natural caverns, delving ever deeper into the heart of Eredluin. They navigated treacherous chasms, squeezed through narrow fissures, and waded through underground streams, their path lit only by the dim glow of their mining lamps. How much further? Baron wheezed, his ample frame ill-suited for such tight passages. Not far now, Thrain replied, consulting a weathered map. The old records speak of a great cavern beyond the Silver-Lode seam. The entrance to the halls should be there. On the 5th day, they emerged into a vast grotto. Phosphorescent lichen clung to the walls, bathing everything in an eerie blue light. At the far end, barely visible in the gloom, stood an immense stone door. By my beard, Dwalin murmured, I've never seen craftsmanship like that. The door was a masterpiece of dwarfen artistry, its surface covered in intricate ruins, depicting scenes of ancient glory. But age had taken its toll. Cracks spider-webbed across the stone, and parts of the carvings had crumbled away entirely. Thrain approached reverently, his fingers tracing the worn edges of a particularly complex ruin. The seal of Durin, he said softly, and something else, much older. Nori stepped forward, his nimble fingers probing the edges of the door. "No lock I've ever seen," he admitted. "But every door has its key." For hours, they worked in tense silence. Ori pored over ancient texts, translating ruins. Baron examined curious fungi growing in the cracks, while Dwalin stood guard, his axe at the ready. As the last ruin was deciphered and the final mechanism aligned, a deep rumble shook the mountain. Slowly, ponderously, the door swung open. A gust of stale air rushed out, carrying with it the musty scent of ages past. Thrain lit a torch, its flickering light barely penetrating the inky blackness beyond. "Stay close," he warned. "We know not what awaits us." They entered a vast cavern, its ceiling lost in darkness above. Their firelight revealed glimpses of breathtaking beauty. Walls veined with precious metals, crystal formations that sparkled like captured starlight. "By Durin's beard," Baron whispered in awe. "The tales didn't do it justice." As they ventured deeper, the wonder of their surroundings was tempered by a growing sense of unease. The silence was oppressive, broken only by the echo of their footsteps and the occasional drip of water from unseen heights. Ori, his quill scratching furiously in his journal, was the first to notice. "Do you hear that?" he asked. The others paused, straining their ears. At first, there was nothing. Then, so faint it might have been imagination, came a sound like distant whispers. Unintelligible, yet somehow urgent. "It's just the wind," Dwalin grunted, but his grip on his axe tightened. They pressed on, following a winding path that led them through a series of smaller chambers. In one, they found evidence of the lost colony. Abandoned tools, rotting timbers, and a child's toy half buried in the dust of centuries. As Thrain knelt to examine a curious marking on the floor, the torch in Nori's hand flickered violently. For a brief moment, the shadows seemed to move of their own accord, taking on shapes that that defied description. "Did you see?" Nori began. But a sharp gesture from Thrain silenced him. The whispers grew louder, now clearly audible. They came from everywhere and nowhere, speaking in a language none could understand, yet all felt drawn to. Baron, his face pale in the torchlight, pointed to a narrow passageway ahead. "The air, it's different here. Fresher, somehow." Thrain nodded. "That's our path, then. Whatever secrets the halls of endless night hold, I wager we'll find them there." As they approached the passage, the whispers rose to a fevered pitch. The dwarves huddled closer together, each lost in their own private thoughts. With a deep breath, Thrain stepped forward into the unknown. The darkness of the passage swallowed them, and with it, their last connection to the world they knew. The narrow passage opened into a labyrinth of twisting corridors and vast chambers, even more disorientating than the last. Thrain's company soon lost all sense of direction. The very geometry of the halls seeming to shift around them. "We've passed this crystal formation thrice now," Nori grumbled, his usual confidence shaken. Ori consulted his carefully drawn map, brow furrowed. "Impossible. We've been descending steadily." Yet, as they rounded the next bend, they found themselves looking down at a cavern they traversed hours before. Baron clutched his head, groaning. "The very rock betrays us. How long have we been down here?" Time, too, it seems, was playing tricks on them. Torches burned for days without consuming fuel, while rations meant for weeks vanished in what felt like moments. Sleep came in fitful bursts, leaving them more exhausted than refreshed. It was during one such rest that the visions began. Dwalin bolted upright, axe in his hand. "Brother," he cried, reaching out to an empty space. The others watched in alarm as the warrior engaged in conversation with thin air, his face a mix of joy and disbelief. "Brother, how did you find us? You look young." But as quickly as it began, the vision faded away, leaving Dwalin shaken and confused. similar apparitions soon plagued them all. Ori wept as he spoke with his long-dead mother. Baron shared recipes with a wife he'd not yet met. Nori found himself confronted by victims of past crimes, their accusations echoing in the empty halls. Thrain alone seemed resistant, though the strain showed clearly on his face. "These are phantoms," he warned, "tricks of the mind. We must press on." And soon, in a vast chamber, they found the source of the curse. Mountains of gold and gems glittered in their torchlight, a treasure hoard to rival the greatest dwarven kingdoms. Yet, an otherworldly pallor clung to the riches, a sickly glow that pulsed like a living heart. Nori reached for a golden cup. Surely, a small trinket wouldn't hurt. Thrain's hand clapped down on his wrist. "Touch nothing. Can you feel it? The wrongness in the very air." Indeed, the longer they stayed in the treasure chamber, the more they felt it. A creeping corruption that whispered of power, of desires fulfilled and enemies vanquished. It tugged at their minds, urging them to claim the wealth as their own. Baron whimpered, pressing his hands over his ears. Ori's quill shook so badly he could no longer write. Even Dwalin, stalwart Dwalin, fingered his axe with an unsettling gleam in his eye. Thrain steeled himself against the influence. "We must go, now. Whatever dwells in the deep here, this cursed hoard is its snare." As they stumbled from the chamber, the whispers grew to a fever pitch, promising glory, revenge, and power beyond imagining. Each step away was a battle of will, the pull of the treasure nearly overwhelming. Only when they collapsed, gasping, in a barren corridor far from the hoard, did the voices subside. The company looked at each other with new weariness, each wondering if the others could be trusted, if they themselves could be trusted. Thrain surveyed his haggard companions. They had discovered the halls of endless night, but the price might be higher than any of them had imagined. And somewhere in the depths below, something ancient and hungry stirred, awakened by their presence. In a small alcove, away from the cursed hoard, Ori pored over the ancient text he'd brought. His eyes widened as connections formed. "Thrain," he called. "I think I understand what happened here." The company gathered around as Ori explained. The miners had delved too deep, awakening something ancient. A fragment of Morgoth's malice, left behind from the elder days. Unable to destroy it, they made a terrible choice. They sealed themselves in, Ori said, using forbidden magics to create a prison for the horror and themselves. Dwalin grunted. "Brave lads, but why not just collapse the tunnels?" Thrain's face darkened. "Because it feeds on fear and madness. Trapping it alone wouldn't be enough." Nori nodded grimly. "The visions, the whispers, it's been trying to break us. And the Horde is its conduit," Baron added, surprising them all. "Did you not feel how it pulled us? Stoked our deepest desires?" Ori confirmed. Some texts speak of a hunger that corrupts. The miners' last act was to infuse their wealth with protective spells, turning it into a trap for the horror's influence. Heavy silence fell over the group as they grasped the full magnitude of the situation. They were not just explorers, but unwitting intruders in an ancient prison, face to face with an evil beyond their comprehension. Thrain's jaw set with determination. "We know our enemy now. The question is, what do we do about it?" The company exchanged uneasy glances, but they decided to press on, hoping to find a way to end the ancient evil, or at least escape its influence. As they delved deeper into the halls, days blurred together, marked only by the guttering of their torches and the growing strain on their nerves. It was Dwalin who succumbed first. During an encounter with a twisted creature that might once have been a dwarf, a wild light entered his eyes. "For Khazad-dûm," he roared, charging headlong into the fray with reckless abandon. "Dwalin, stop!" Thrain cried. But it was too late. The warrior disappeared down a dark passage. The echoes of his battle cry fading into eerie silence. And despite their searches, they never saw him again. Ori's dedication to knowledge proved to be his undoing. In a vast chamber filled with ancient texts, he became obsessed with deciphering a particular set of ruins. This could be the key to everything, he muttered feverishly. As the others rested, Ori ventured deeper into the chamber alone. They awoke to find him gone, with only a hastily scribbled note explaining his decision to continue his research, promising to catch up later. Baron's fate was sealed by a cruel trick. A phantom resembling his mother appeared, leading him down a narrow side passage. The others followed, calling for him to wait, but Baron's eagerness outpaced them. They heard a cry of dismay, followed by a rumbling collapse. When they reached the passage, they found it blocked by a fallen stone. Baron trapped on the other side. Nori resisted the lure of the cursed horde longer than the others thought possible. But in a moment of weakness, as they passed the treasure chamber once more, he slipped away. They found him kneeling amidst piles of gold, eyes glazed, mumbling about the riches he would bring home. No amount of pleading could convince him to leave. As they watched in horror, the gold seemed to shift around him, slowly engulfing him, despite their best efforts to pull him free. Thrain stood alone now, the last of his company, lost to the horrors of the deep. The weight of his failure pressed down on him, along with the realization that he now faced the ancient evil alone. Yet he pressed on, determined to find a way to save his friends and end the threat that lurked in the halls of endless night. He stumbled through the oppressive darkness, his mind fraying at the edges. In a vast circular chamber, Thrain collapsed to his knees. Perhaps, he murmured, this is where it ends. My quest, my line, everything. A chill wind swept through the chamber, extinguishing his torch. In the pitch blackness, Thrain heard the scrape of metal on stone, the rustle of ancient armor. His heart pounded in his chest as a ghostly blue light began to illuminate the room. Spectral figures materialized around him. Dwarfs in archaic armor, their faces stern and their eyes burning with an otherworldly fire. They advanced on Thrain, weapons raised. So this is how it ends, Thrain thought. He struggled to his feet, determined to meet his doom standing. Have you come to guide me to the halls of our fathers? He asked, his voice steadier than ever. The ghosts encircled him, their weapons poised to strike. Thrain closed his eyes, ready for the final blow. But it never came. Not yet, son of Durin, a deep voice rumbled. Your task is not finished. Thrain's eyes snapped open. The hostile postures of the spirits had melted away, replaced by expressions of grave concern. We are not your end, Thrain, another spirit said, but perhaps your salvation and ours. As understanding dawned, Thrain realized these were the spirits of the lost colony, guides in his darkest hour. The leader of the spirits stepped forward. This ancient evil cannot be slain by mortal weapons, Thrain. It is a fragment of horror beyond physical form. Then, how can it be defeated? Thrain asked. The dwarf woman, with eyes like molten silver, spoke. It must be confronted from within. One must follow the horror to possess them, then use the strength of their will to destroy it from the inside. Thrain's blood ran cold as he grasped the implications. You mean? The first spirit nodded gravely. Yes. To defeat it, you must allow it into your very being. Only by facing it within yourself can you hope to overcome it. The spirits circled Thrain, their ethereal forms flickering in the dim light. Each one spoke, adding to the grim picture of what he must do. The ancient evil will fight you, growled a broad-shouldered spirit. It will use your memories, your fears, your deepest shames against you. A wizened dwarf woman nodded. You must be prepared to face your worst moments, relive the darkest parts of yourself. And if I falter? Thrain asked. The leader's eyes met his, filled with both compassion and steel. Then all will be lost. The evil will consume you, adding your strength to its own. It will break free, and the suffering of these halls will spread across all of Middle-earth. Thrain swallowed hard, the weight of his task settling on his shoulders like a mountain. How will I know receded. A young dwarf spirit stepped forward, hope shining in his translucent eyes. If you prevail, the cursed horde will lose its taint. The whispers will fade, and we will finally be free to join our ancestors in the halls of waiting. As the ghostly light began to fade, the leader of the spirits addressed Thrain one final time. Remember, son of Durin, your greatest strength lies not in your arm or your craft, but in your heart and mind. Alone once more, but no longer lost, Thrain set off towards the heart of the halls. The whispers still plagued him. Doubts still gnawed at his mind. But he now had understanding and a terrible purpose. Soon, Thrain stood at the threshold of a vast chamber, the heart of the halls of endless night. The cursed horde glittered malevolently, pulsing with an otherworldly light. At its center, something stirred. At first, it seemed like a writhing mass of shadows, formless and chaotic. But as Thrain watched, it began to take shape. It rose from the treasure like smoke into a towering figure that dwarfed even the tallest of Durin's folk. Its body was a void, darker than the deepest mine shaft, outlined by a sickly, pulsating glow. Where a face should have been, there was only a swirling vortex of darkness, punctuated by pinpricks of light that might have been eyes. Too many eyes, constantly shifting and blinking. Tendrils of shadow writhed around it, reaching out towards Thrain like grasping fingers. The very air seemed to warp around the entity, and looking at it for too long made Thrain's head spin and his stomach churn. When it spoke, its voice was a cacophony of whispers and echoes. Son of Durin, it hissed. You have come far, only to fail. Thrain gripped his axe tightly, but he knew it would be useless against this foe. The words of the spirits echoed in his mind. Taking a deep breath, Thrain stepped forward. I do not come to fight you, he declared. I come to join you. The evil paused, confusion rippling through its ever-shifting form. Then, with a sound like shattering glass and howling wind, it surged towards Thrain. The dwarf lord screamed as the entity poured into him, invading every fiber of his being. His mind became a battlefield, memories and fears weaponized against him. As the evil invaded Thrain's mind, he felt himself drowning in darkness. But then, a familiar voice cut through the chaos. "Stand firm, lad." It was Dwalin, or rather, the memory of him. The spectral form of his lost companion appeared in Thrain's mind, axe raised defiantly. More figures materialized, Ori clutching his books, Baron wielding a massive ladle like a weapon, Nori, daggers glinting in his hands. The spirits of Thrain's company stood with him, bolstering his will. "You are not alone," Ori's ghost whispered, his voice stronger than Thrain had ever heard in life. As Thrain fought back, he began to see flashes of this evil's memories. Ancient battlefields where Morgoth's armies marched, a shard of pure malevolence, cast off during the Dark Lord's defeat, seeping into the earth over ages. "I am eternal," the evil boasted, its voice reverberating through Thrain's skull. "I am the shadow that lingers, the hunger that never dies. Your kind unleashed me, and now you will serve as my vessel to cover all of Middle-earth in darkness." But Thrain clung to memories of laughter, of the warmth in the forge, of the unbreakable spirit of his people. With every ounce of his will, he pushed against the horror's influence. "I am Thrain, son of Thror," he roared. "And you have no power here." The spirits of the ancient dwarfs joined the battle, their ethereal forms surrounding Thrain, lending him their strength. Together, they fought against the encroaching darkness. The internal battle raged on, and in desperation, Thrain turned his thoughts to the cursed horde. Using the evil's own power, he reached out, willing the gold to melt, willing the gems to shatter. The chamber shook as the horde began to destroy itself. The evil shrieked, its connection to the physical world weakening. Thrain seized his moment, mustering every last bit of his strength to expel the entity from his body. With a sound like a thunderclap, the evil was torn free. It dissipated into mist, its final scream echoing through the collapsing halls. "This is not the end," it wailed. "Darkness will always return." Thrain fell to his knees, gasping. The ground shook violently, huge chunks of stone raining down. He stumbled to his feet, knowing he had to escape. The spirits of his fallen companions and the ancient dwarfs appeared around him. They guided him through crumbling passages, their ethereal hands steadying him when he stumbled. "Hurry, Thrain," Dwalin's ghost urged. As Thrain neared the entrance, he saw the spirits begin to fade, their faces peaceful at last. Ori's spectral form smiled, clutching a ghostly book to his chest. "Our story will be told," he said softly, before disappearing. The last spirit, one of the ancient dwarfs, turned to Thrain, nodding in gratitude. "You have freed us all," it said. "Remember what you have learned here." With a final burst of speed, Thrain threw himself clear of the entrance as it collapsed behind him. He lay on the rocky ground outside, breathing heavily. He was changed. New lines etched into his face, hair streaked with white. But in his eyes burned a fierce light of triumph and wisdom, hard won. He made his way back to Ered Luin, his tale almost beyond belief. Yet the changes in him were undeniable, and soon the story of Thrain's quest into the halls of endless night spread throughout the dwarven kingdoms. Some dismissed it as fancy, but many recognized the ring of truth in Thrain's words. The tale became a turning point in dwarven culture. It seemed as a warning against unchecked greed and the dangers of delving too deep. But it was also celebrated in the spirit of Durin's folk, their ability to face the darkest of evils and emerge victorious. In years to come, young dwarfs would gather around the fires to hear the saga of Thrain, a dwarf who ventured into darkness and returned with light. And in the deepest minds, it's said that sometimes one can still hear the grateful whispers of the ancient spirits, finally at peace. The legacy of the halls of endless night lived on. A chapter in the grand saga of Durin's folk, a testament to the enduring strength of the dwarfs in the face of even the darkest evil. In the days when Gil-galad's star had long been set, and the line of kings in Arnor was broken, there dwelt in the wild a remnant of Dúnedain, the men of the West. These were the rangers of the North, who kept watch and ward over the scattered folk of Eriador, though few knew their names or gave them thanks. It was in the deepening autumn of that year that Aragorn, son of Arathorn, sat beside a dying fire in a hidden camp south of the great East Road. Before him lay Mablung, the ranger, fevered and failing. Though no wound marked his body, nor had any orc blade touched him. In the chieftain's hands was a bundle of athelans, the king's foil. Yet when he crushed the leaves between his fingers, their virtue seemed weak and their fragrance dim.
The herb fails me, Lord,
whispered Mablung, his breath coming short.
As does my strength, though I know not why.
Halbarad the ranger, tall and grim, drew near to the firelight. His face was troubled, for he had seen this sickness before.
This is the 7th man in as many days, said he. This spreads, yet no leech can name it, and no healing herb avails.
Aragorn looked upon the withered leaves in his palm, and a great fear grew in his heart, for he perceived that this was no common sickness of the body, but a corruption of the spirit itself, a dimming of all hope and virtue, as darkness crept across the land like a slow tide. There is a blight upon the north, said he at length. Some evil works here that saps the very light from healing things. We must seek the source of this decay, else all our people shall waste away like leaves in winter. When dawn came grey and cheerless over the camp, Mablung, the ranger, drew his last breath. No word of hope could Aragorn speak to ease his passing, for the Athelas had lost its power, and the light in the dying man's eyes faded like stars before the storm. It was in a small clearing they made his grave. Aragorn and Halbarad and 2 others of their company. The earth was hard and cold. and their spades rang like bells upon the stones. No song did they sing, for grief had taken their voices. The weight of foreboding lay heavy upon their hearts. When the burial was done, and the cairn raised, Aragorn knelt beside the mound and spoke thus. Mablung, faithful ranger, you have kept your watch unto the end. The watch is shorter for him now. Then Aragorn set his hand upon the stones and made this vow. By your grave, I swear that this evil shall not go unanswered, though the path leads into darkness, and the hope of success be dim. I will seek this root of this blight, and tear it from the earth, or die in the attempt. And Halbarad, hearing these words, knew that their waiting time was ended, and they must ride forth into the Pearl, or see all their kindred waste away in slow despair. "3 days' hard riding brought them to the ancient watchtower of Amon Sul, which, in the common speech, was called Weathertop. There, amid the crumbling stones, they found Forlac, he who was wise in the lore of old days, and he who could read the signs that others could not perceive. The sage stood upon the height like a pillar of shadow against the grey sky, his staff planted firm upon the stone. His eyes were bright as stars, yet filled with sorrow, for he too had felt this creeping blight that spread across the north. "Well met, son of Arathorn," said Forlac. "Though I fear the news I bear will bring you little comfort. The evil you seek has a name and a source. It springs from the desecration of the Sunstone of Anuminas, greatest treasure of the North Kingdom. It was then that Forlac told them the tale of that ancient jewel, how it was wrought in the elder days by the craft of Gil-galad and set with the light of Erandil's star. In Anuminas it dwelt for many years, source of healing and hope for all the realm. But when the Witch King arose in Angmar, and the North Kingdom began to fail, a priestess of the Dunedain bore it away and hid it in a secret cairn in the Barrow Downs, sealing it the ward of lineage, and only an heir of Elendil might pass. Yet now, said firelight, the stone has been found and taken by one skilled in the dark arts. Skafrith, the corpse seer, a hill woman who delved deep into the forbidden lore of Angmar, has seized it for her own purposes. In her hands, the light has been turned to shadow, and its virtue twisted into a source of spiritual decay. Where is this sorceress to be found? Asked Aragorn, though his heart misgave him, for he sensed that the path would lead them into great peril. In the tower of Uthraskar, replied firelight, which stands in the desolate lands that border the Etten Moors. It is a place of ancient evil. It is a place where the shadows are thick and hope grows thin. Before they set forth upon that dark road, Forlag led them to the violated cairn, where the sunstone had been hidden. It lay in a remote valley of the Barrow Downs, its entrance sealed with great stones that bore the marks of ancient craft. When Aragorn placed his hand upon the door, the ward recognized the blood of Elendil that flowed in his veins, and the stones rolled aside with a sound like distant thunder. Within lay a chamber hewn from living rock, but the pedestal at its heart stood empty, and the air was cold, and it was foul, with a taint of corruption. It was here stood the Sunstone. For nigh on 1,000 years, said Forlan, his voice echoing strangely in the hollow space. I can smell the sorcery that was wrought here. The reek of Skafrith art. She has taken the light that was meant to heal and turned it to serve the darkness. Upon the walls were carved ruins, the Tengwar of Gondor, telling of the stone's hiding, and the hope that one day an heir of the ancient line would come to reclaim it. But those words seemed to mock them now. The treasure was lost, and the enemy had a great head start upon the road to ruin. And so, northward, they rode, through lands that grew ever more desolate, strange. An oppressive weight pressed down upon their spirits like a hand of iron. No birds sang in this country. The few trees they passed were leafless and dead, their branches reaching up like the fingers of corpses. As they drew near to the borders of the Eton Moors, they heard sounds, strange sounds that chilled their blood. The calling of wraith owls, whose voices seemed to speak words of despair in the ancient tongue. These were not natural creatures, but manifestations of the corruption that spread from the stolen stone. Echoes of hopelessness given form. Al-Barad rode with his head bowed, and his spirit grew heavy. At length he spoke, his words like ash in his mouth. Perhaps it was always meant to be thus. Perhaps the light was never more than a brief candle in an endless night. Now the darkness comes to claim its own. But Aragorn turned upon him, eyes like flame, and he spoke a verse from the Lay of Elendil, the high tongue of the West, which translated to, "Dark is the shadow, but not the hearts. Sing, for the children of the sun are here." And at those words, the despair lifted somewhat from Halperad's heart, for he remembered the glory of their fathers and the oath that bound them to hope, even in the deepest night. On the evening of the third day, they came at last within sight of their destination. Upon a high escarpment overlooking a fetid swamp rose the tower of Uthraskar. black as iron against the sullen sky. No light showed in its windows, yet about its base writhed vapors. Vapors that glowed with a sickly purple radiance.
There lies our goal,
said Forlac, pointing with his staff toward the accursed tower.
Within its highest chamber, Scafrith works her corruption upon the stone. But the way is not hopeless. In my youth, I studied the plans of this place, and I know of a water culvert that runs beneath its foundations. If we can reach it unseen, we may yet enter undetected.
Long they watched from the ridge, marking the pattern of the vapors and the rhythm of evil that pulsed from the tower like a great heart of darkness. When the deepest part of night came upon them, they made their way down into the marsh, stepping carefully from tussock to tussock through the treacherous bog. Culvert was old beyond reckoning, carved from the living rock in the days when this had been a watchtower of Arnor, rather than a den of sorcery. The water that flowed through it was black, foul. Strange things moved in its depths, were better left unseen. In single file, they crept through the narrow passage, Aragorn in the lead, with his sword half drawn, Halperat behind him with bow strung, arrow nocked, and Forlac bringing up the rear, with his staff gleaming faintly in the darkness. The silence was oppressive, broken only by the drip of water and their own careful breathing. Every shadow seemed to writhe with hidden menace, and every echo sounded like the whisper of enemies drawing near. Yet, by some fortune, they encountered no guards in that foul place, for Scafrith trusted in the evil reputation of her tower to keep intruders at bay. At length, they came to a grating of rusted iron that blocked their way. But the metal was old and weak, and with their combined strength, They bent the bars enough to squeeze through into the tower's foundations. Up through the bowels of the tower they climbed, past empty chambers and hollow halls where once the rangers of old had kept their watch. The very stones seemed to whisper of corruption. And at last, they came to a gallery that overlooked the highest chamber. There, they beheld a sight that filled their hearts with horror and rage. Upon an altar of black iron, in the center of the room, lay the sunstone of Anuminas, but its light was changed to a sickly purple glow that pulsed like a diseased heart. Before the altar stood Skafrith, the corpse seer, a tall woman garbed in robes of midnight blue. Her hair white as bone, and her eyes like chips of ice. In her hands, she held implements of ritual, and about her the very shadows seemed to writhe and dance with malicious life. The carrion witch, hissed Halbarad through clenched teeth. For now he saw the source of all their woe made manifest. As they watched, the sorceress raised her hands and began to chant in a tongue that hurt the ears to hear. The tainted stone pulsed higher, and from it spread waves of despair that made their very souls shrink within them. Now is our chance, whispered Aragon. When I give the signal, Halbarad, you must create a diversion to draw her attention. Forlac, can your voice lift our spirits against her despair? The lore keeper nodded. I know words of power that may serve, but you must be swift, for I cannot hold such darkness at bay for very long. And, like shadows, they descended into the chamber, moving with all the stealth that years of ranging had taught them. Skafrith continued her dark ritual, unaware of their presence. Her voice rising and falling, the cadences of malice. At Aragorn's signal, Halbarad loosed an arrow that shattered one of the braziers, sending burning coals scattering across the floor. In the same instant, Forlag raised his voice in a hymn of ancient days, words of Quenya that rang like silver bells against the darkness. They said, "Star Kindler, O Queen of Stars, bright shining one, falling jewel light, far distant looking heavenly one." These sacred words filled Aragorn's heart with sudden courage, as if starlight itself flowed through his veins. The sorceress whirled with a shriek of rage, her ritual broken and her concentration shattered. In this moment of confusion, Aragorn leaped forward and seized the tainted stone from its altar, crying aloud, "I am Aragorn, son of Arathorn, heir of Elendil. This is my inheritance, and I claim it by right of blood." The stone burned like ice in his hands, but he held it fast despite the pain. Skafrith lunged toward him with talons extended, but Halbarad's sword met her halfway, and she fell back with a cry of fury that shook the stones of the chamber. "Flee," shouted Forlag. "The tower wakes to our presence. We must away ere her servants come upon us." Up through the crumbling stairs they raced, the stolen stone clutched tight in Aragorn's grasp, while behind them rose the howling rage of the corpseer. The walls pulsed with malice, and strange shapes moved in the shadows as the tower's ancient evils stirred to wakefulness. At last, they burst forth onto the tower's roof. The cold wind struck them like a blessing after the foul air below. For a moment they stood gasping under the wheeling stars, and Halbarad let out a cry of triumph that echoed across the desolate moors. "We have done it," he shouted. "The stone is ours and the witch's power is broken." But even as he spoke, sound came to their ears. A sound that froze the blood in their veins. A howling wind that carried within it voices despair, and the bitter cold of the grave. From the north it came, a blizzard of unnatural chill that bore down upon them with the speed of a hunting wolf. The first gust struck them like a physical blow, nearly casting them from the rooftop. Ice formed upon their cloaks and breath, and Aragorn felt the tainted stone grow colder still in his hands, as if it cooled to this frozen doom like a beacon in the night. Down from the tower they fled, but the blizzard pursued them with relentless fury. This was no natural storm, but a thing of malice and hate, bound to the corrupted stone by Scafrith's sorcery. Within its howling winds rode fell spirits, creatures of cold and despair that had been called forth from the waste places of the world. As they ran across the moors, the storm pressed close behind them, its freezing breath turning their very tears to ice. Yet Forlag observed a strange thing. The blizzard's power seemed to fail beyond a certain distance from their stone, as if it were bound to that accursed jewel by invisible chains. "It is the stone itself that draws them," he gasped, as they stumbled through the darkness. "As long as we bear it, the frost will hunt us without rest." Behind them, the sorceress poured her rage into the pursuit, her voice carrying on the wind promises of death and worse than death to those who had dared to thwart her will. Driven ever southward by the relentless storm, they came at last to an ancient bridge that spanned the raging waters of the Horwell. It was a work of the Old Kingdom, built with skill and craft in the days when Arnor was mighty. But now its stones were cracked, and its mortar crumbling. Upon this bridge, they made their stand, for they could flee no further. The hungering frost swept down upon them. The bridge groaned under the weight of supernatural ice. Before them materialized the fell spirits, tall shapes of shadow and malice, with eyes burning like coals. Halbarad drew his sword and planted himself before his lord, though he knew the blade would avail little against such foes. "Come then," he said quietly. "Let us make an end worthy of the Dunedain." But Aragorn stared down at the stone in his hands. A great understanding came upon him. In its corruption he saw the trap that had been laid, not just for them, but for all who would seek to reclaim the light of the past. "I have been a fool," said Aragorn suddenly, his voice cutting through the howl of the storm. "This stone can never again be what it was. The taint has gone too deep, and its light is turned forever to shadow. We cannot save it. We can only deny it to our enemies." Halbarad turned to stare at him in shock. "But Lord, it is the treasure of your house, a very symbol of the North Kingdom." "Symbols may be broken," replied Aragorn, "but the truth they represent endures. The light we seek is not in this corrupted stone, but in the choice we make this day. Sometimes wisdom lies not in clinging to the past, but in accepting the lone defeat with grace. The fell spirits drew closer, their breath freezing the air, while beneath them the bridge began to crack. Time was running short, and soon they would all be claimed by the hungering frost. With a cry that echoed across the desolate moors, Aragorn raised the sunstone of Anominas high above his head. For a moment it blazed with its ancient light, as if remembering what it had once been in the glory days of the North. Gold and silver intermingled like the dawn of Valinor, pure and untainted, as starlight upon snow. "Kurth and Doloth," he shouted in a high tone. "Death to darkness." The golden radiance held for 3 heartbeats, a vision of what had been and might yet be again. Then, with all his strength, he brought the stone down upon the keystone of the bridge. The impact rang out like the voice of doom, and cracks spread through like lightning. Light and shadow warred within this shattered jewel. Purple malice battling against fading gold. The explosion that followed was terrible to behold. A pillar of fire that reached toward the stars, while waves of force spread out in all directions. Hungering frost was torn apart like mist before the sun, and the fell spirits shrieked as they were banished back to the void. The bridge collapsed with a sound like thunder, casting the three companions into the rushing waters below. When dawn came grey and cold over the Horwell, three figures crawled from the shallows onto the eastern bank. They were battered and half drowned, their gear lost and their strength nearly spent. But they lived when by all rights they should have perished. The river ran clear and clean, no longer tainted by the corruption that had spread from the stolen stone. And among the stones and pebbles of the shallows, they found dozens of crystal shards, the fragments of the sunstone, scattered by the force of its destruction. Aragorn picked up one of the larger pieces and held it to the morning light. It was faintly warm to the touch, and within its depths gleamed a soft radiance. Not the blazing glory it had once held, but a gentler light, like the memory of hope in dark times. "It is changed," said Forlac. "Corruption is purged, but the power to absorb and store new light is gone. These are the echoes of past glory, not vessels for new hope." In the days that followed, the shards were gathered and distributed among the rangers who yet wandered in the wild. Each fragment brought comfort to its bearer, not the healing power of old, but a warmth that eased the chill of despair and reminded them that light once been, and might yet be again. Aragorn kept the largest piece, which Halbarad named the Heart Shard. This he bore always upon his breast, and its weight reminded him both of what had been lost and what yet endured. The blight upon the land was lifted. The Athelas regained its virtue. No longer did the rangers waste away from spiritual sickness, though the shadow in the east continued to grow. Dark days lay ahead for all the free peoples. Yet, in the small lights of the scattered shards, hope remained. For though the ancient glories might be broken, the courage that had sustained them lived on in the hearts of those who remembered. And some among the wise whispered that when the king should come again to claim his throne, he would bring with him a new grace, restore what was lost, but to kindle fresh fires in the darkness. Thus ends the tale of the Sunstone of Anumias, as it was told among the Dunedain in the last days of their wandering. May the light it speaks of yet shine in the hearts of all who love the dawn. In the waning days of autumn, when the mists clung to the peaks of the iron hills like grasping fingers of despair, Gandalf the Grey received tidings that filled his heart with foreboding. The message had come by raven from Gror the Elder, Lord of the Iron Hills, and its words were stark in their simplicity. Mithrandir, our axes break against shadow. Our shields fail us. Come, if friendship means aught to you. The wizard, urged by Shadowfax through the treacherous passes, his grey robes billowing in the bitter wind that carried upon it the scent of fear and failing hope. As he climbed higher into the domain of Durin's folk, the very stone seemed to whisper of a malevolence that had crept into the ancient halls, like poison seeping through rock. The gates of the Iron Hill's greatest stronghold stood open before him. Their massive oak doors of iron and oak, bearing fresh scars that spoke of desperate battles recently fought. The great hinges, wrought by master craftsmen in ages past, hung twisted and blackened, as though dragon fire had licked at them. No songs echoed from the halls within, no ring of hammer on anvil, only a silence that sat heavy as a shroud upon the mountain's heart.
Gandalf!
The voice that greeted him belonged to Gror the Elder, but the dwarf who approached him bore little resemblance to the proud lord the wizard remembered. His beard, once copper bright as the very ore his people mined, was now streaked with premature silver, and his eyes held the haunted look of one who has watched his people's strength crumble like sand through grasping fingers. What darkness has touched your halls, old friend? Gandalf asked, dismounting and placing a comforting hand upon the dwarf lord's shoulder.
Come,
Gror said simply.
See for yourself what we face, and judge whether hope remains to us.
descended deep into the mountain's heart, past chambers where dwarfen craftsmen sat idle beside cold forges, their tools scattered and broken like the dreams of their makers. The workshops that had once rung with the sound of creation now stood silent as tombs, their anvils cracked and their bellows hanging slack. At last, they came to a vast armory where the finest weapons and armor of the Iron Hills had once been displayed. Now, the chamber told of a tale of ruin that spoke louder than any lament. Swords lay shattered, their edges eaten away as though by some corrosive poison. Mail shirts hung in tatters, links dissolving at the merest touch. Even the mighty warhammers of the dwarf lords bore cracks that ran deep into their hearts of steel.
Behold, the work of Gundabad,
Gror said.
but not the orcs alone. They come now with a lieutenant of Dol Guldur, one who wields sorceries that make our craftwork crumble like autumn leaves.
Gandalf knelt beside a broken blade, his keen eyes reading the signs of corruption that had eaten through the dwarf's steel, like acid through flesh.
Dark magic indeed,
He murmured, feeling the lingering malevolence that clung to the ruined metal.
and your forges cannot overcome this taint.
We have tried, came a new voice from the shadows. An ancient dwarf emerged, his beard white as mountain snow, and his eyes dim with years beyond counting.
I am Runi, last heir to the secrets of Az-Saga, the Dragon Slayer. Our forges burn as hot as dragon fire, yet still the darkness proves stronger.
The old dwarf approached with trembling hands towards a pedestal that stood empty in the chamber's heart.
Here stood the axe of unyielding, forged by Tharin the First himself in the deeps of Khazad-dûm. 3 days passed, shattered in the hands of our greatest warrior as he faced the lieutenant's sorcery. And without it,
Gandalf asked.
our people lose heart,
Gror replied. They say the old strength is gone from us, that we are become weak as the race of men.
Some speak of abandoning the Iron Hills entirely.
was then that Rooney produced from his robes a scroll of ancient vellum.
Yet, in our darkest hour, the old lore has yielded up a secret long buried. This I found 3 nights past, in the deepest archives.
Gandalf took the scroll with reverent care, his eyes scanning the ancient ruins.
The anvil of Thorin the First, he read aloud. Forged with the aid of Aule's own fires, blessed by the Valar themselves. Weapons made upon this anvil shall know no corruption. Broken blades may be forged stronger than before. But it is lost, Gror said heavily. Hidden away in Tharin's experimental delve, high in the most treacherous peaks.
Rooney shook his head.
Not lost, my lord. Guarded. Our scouts have found the delve. And they have found what guards it now. Obsidian scale. Ur-Dugul in the old tongue. A dragon of the ancient world. Cunning beyond measure. And cruel as winter's bite.
The fire that burned in the great hearth cast dancing shadows as Rooney continued.
The scouts spoke of scales like polished obsidian, drinking in light and giving back only darkness. Its fire burns with a heat that speaks of the very pits of Angband, where its breath touches stone. The rock runs like water.
I have walked in the world for many years, Gandalf said.
I have seen the great drakes in their pride and witnessed their fall. There may be another way. Not sword and spear, but cunning and wisdom. The old lore speaks of methods used against dragons in the elder days.
All eyes turned to him, and in their depths he saw the first glimmer of hope that had shone in the Iron Hills for many days.
I will need time to consult the archives of memory, Gandalf continued, to delve into lore that has not been spoken aloud since Gil-galad held the Havens. And I will need brave hearts, willing to venture into shadow. We shall have whatever aid we can give, Gror said at once. Our finest warriors, not warriors,
Gandalf interrupted.
Not warriors. No, this task calls for different virtues. I will need those skilled in stealth and strength and craft. Those who can move like whispers and work like shadows.
It is said that Gandalf spent 3 days in preparation, sometimes walking alone in the high places, where the wind sang songs of the ancient world, sometimes with Runi in chambers deep beneath the mountain, where the oldest lore was kept. And when at last he emerged, his grey robe seemed to shimmer with purpose, and his staff bore new ruins that glowed with soft, silver light.
I have found a way,
He announced to the assembled dwarf lords.
In the archives of Rivendell, Elrond preserves a scroll that speaks of the breath of slumber, a compound known to the wise in Valinor, used in the Elder Days to still the rage of dragons when diplomacy might yet serve.
You would make it sleep? Asked Borin Stonebeard, the master engineer, his scarred face bearing an expression of disbelief mixed with dawning hope.
Yes, precisely. Now, the recipe calls for moon petals from the hidden glades of the misty mountains, crystals that sing with the music of deep waters, and the dew of dream leaf gathered at the dark of the moon. Now these I can obtain, but the delivery...
His eyes turned to Borin.
That will require all your craft.
The dwarf engineer's eyes gleamed with sudden understanding.
The air currents in the delve, if we could map them precisely, construct a system to carry the vapors to where the dragon lies. But we will need others for the task that follows. I ask for volunteers, not for glory or gold, but for a mission that may well mean death.
From the shadows stepped a figure, slight of build, but strong of spirit. Dees the Swift had earned her name in the deep tunnels where speed and silence meant the difference between life and death. Her dark eyes held no fear, only steady determination.
I will go, she said simply. My hands are small and quick. My feet as silent as falling snow. If the anvil can be taken without waking the beast, I can take it.
And I, came another voice. Feely the keen-eyed stepped forward, grey-bearded and sharp of sight, whose memory held the plans of every tunnel delved in the Iron Hills for 3 centuries.
I know the old delve. I was there when my grandfather sealed it. The ways are treacherous, but I can guide us through.
Gandalf studied the volunteers with eyes that seemed to look right into their very souls.
Then we have our company. These souls will attempt what armies could not accomplish. But know this, what we undertake goes against every instinct of honorable battle. We go not as warriors, but as thieves in the night.
The moon was dark when Gandalf and his chosen companions set forth from the Iron Hills. Their path leading ever upward through passes that grew more treacherous with each mile. Behind them, the lights of the dwarf halls dwindled to distant stars, while ahead lay the wild country, where few dared venture even in times of peace. Boren had worked tirelessly to craft the apparatus they would need. A system of leather bellows, segmented tubes that could be assembled swiftly and in silence. The tubes themselves were works of art, fashioned from the finest materials and sealed with ruins that would prevent the precious vapors from escaping. In his pouches, Gandalf carried the components of the breath of slumber. The moon petals had been gathered from a hidden vale in the misty mountains, where they bloomed only in starlight. Their silver radiance dimmed now, but their power undiminished. The singing crystals had been found in caves, where underground streams played eternal music. Most precious of all was the dream leaf dew, each drop worth more than gold, distilled from the tears of trees that remembered the first sunrise. For 2 days they climbed, pausing only when exhaustion demanded rest, or when Feli's experienced eye detected signs of landslide ahead. The paths grew narrower and more treacherous, carved from living rock in ages past, but weathered now by centuries of rain and wind. The weather grew steadily worse as they climbed higher, as though the very elements conspired against their mission. Snow began to fall on the second day, hard driving particles that cut like tiny knives and made every step a battle against the wind. On the second night, as they sheltered in a cave scarcely large enough for their company, Dee spoke in the darkness.
Tell us of this dragon, Mithrandir. What manner of creature are we to face?
Gandalf was silent for a long moment. his eyes lost in contemplation of memories stretched back to the elder days. Ur-Dugul is ancient among dragons, spawned in the fires of Angband, when Morgoth still walked in flesh upon Middle-earth. 'Tis a cunning serpent, proud, utterly without mercy. Yet, it is still a creature of flesh and spirit, and thus may be touched by the arts of those who serve the secret fire. You speak as one who has faced dragons before, Borin observed. I have walked in the world for many years, Gandalf replied. I have seen the great drakes in their pride, and witnessed their fall. They are creatures of consuming hunger, not merely for gold, but for dominion itself. This makes them powerful, but it also makes them predictable. On the third dawn, they reached the approach to Tharin's lost delve. The entrance gaped before them like a wound in the mountainside, its edges blackened by dragon fire, and its depths shrouded in darkness that seemed almost alive. Here, we must part for a time, Gandalf said softly. Borin, take your apparatus to that ridge, where you can observe the air currents. Dees and Fili remain hidden but ready. When the dragon sleeps, you will have but moments to act. And if your sorcery fails, Dees asked, her hand resting on her dagger's hilt. Then flee, Gandalf replied simply. Live to carry word back to your people, that they might find another way. And so, it was said, alone, the wizard approached the dragon's lair. With infinite care, he prepared the breath of slumber, mixing the ancient components according to lore learned in halls that mortals had never seen. The moon petals dissolved like mist. The crystals sang their silent song, and the dream leaf dew bound it all together with threads of silver light. From deep within the delve came a sound that made the mountain itself tremble. The breathing of something vast and ancient, and filled with malevolent intelligence. Each exhalation carried the scent of sulfur and burning metal, while each inhalation drew the very warmth from the air. Gandalf began to sing. His voice was soft at first, barely a whisper that seemed to blend with the mountain wind. But as he sang, power flowed through the words. Not the harsh dominion of the enemy, but something older and deeper. The music that had shaped the world in its very first creation. As Boren's bellows sent the vapors deep into the delve, Gandalf's song grew stronger. Chants so ancient seemed woven from starlight, and the sigh of winds over forgotten peaks filled the air, speaking of peace and rest, of dreams deeper than the roots of mountains, and sleep more profound than death. His staff began to glow with soft silver radiance. The very air grew still. Even the distant rumble of the dragon's breathing seemed to quiet, hushed by the profound peace emanating from the wizard. And then, from the depths, came a rumble as Ur-Dugul stirred, disturbed by the strange new scents and sounds. Gandalf felt its ancient mind brush against his own, touch like molten iron that would have slain a lesser being instantly. But the wizard held firm, pouring all his will into the song of slumber. The vapors swirled deeper, carrying with them the essence of every lullaby ever sung, every gentle hand that had soothed a child to sleep. Deep in the heart of the mountain, the rock itself glowed red with reflected heat. Ur-Dugul lay coiled about its hoard, like a serpent embracing the sun. The dragon was magnificent and terrible to behold. Scales of deepest black that seemed to drink in light, eyes like crimson stars that had witnessed the rise and fall of kingdoms. A presence that spoke of power beyond mortal comprehension. Upon the greatest pile of treasure, used as a pillow for the drake's massive head, lay the anvil of Tharin. The dragon had claimed it not for gold's sake, but because its power called to the creature's ancient malice. Here was a tool that could forge weapons to thwart darkness. And so, Ur-Dugul kept it close, denying its use to any who might stand against shadow. Even surrounded by gold and jewels beyond counting, it stood apart, a work of such craft and beauty that it seemed to sing with its own inner light. The dragon's great eye opened. A baleful crimson orb that fixed upon the entrance to its lair. Something had disturbed its eternal vigil. Some new scent carried on the mountain air. Its massive head rose from its bed of gold, nostrils flaring as it tasted the strange vapors that flowed like mist through its domain. For a moment, Ur-Dugul tensed, its ancient mind probing for threats. The song that echoed from the entrance was unlike anything it had ever heard. Not the war chants of attacking armies, or the death screams of the conquered, but something that spoke to the depths of its being, that had long been buried beneath centuries of greed and malice. The melody seemed to reach into the very core of the dragon's spirit, touching memories so ancient they predated its corruption. The vapors of the breath of slumber swirled around its massive form, carrying with them the essence of every gentle dream ever dreamed. The dragon's head began to droop, despite its efforts to maintain vigilance. Its eyes, which burned like stars for 3,000 years, grew heavy with weariness. Weariness that seemed to seep into its very bones. The great wings that could darken the sky folded against its sides, like petals closing at sunset. With a sigh that shook dust from the cavern ceiling, Ur-Dugul sank into slumber deeper than any it had known since its first hatching in the pits of Angband. Outside, Gandalf felt the moment when the dragon's will finally surrendered to the power. His song grew softer, though he dared not let it cease entirely. And with careful gestures, he signaled to his companions, hidden among the rocks. These moved like a shadow given form, her feet finding purchase on stones would have betrayed a heavier tread. Behind her came Fili, his experienced eye reading the ancient passages by touch as much as sight. Together, they slipped to the dragon's lair, their hearts pounding with terror and determination in equal measure. The heat within the delve was overwhelming, like standing too close to a forge fire. The very air seemed to burn their lungs, and sweat ran down their faces in streams. But they pressed on, guided by Fili's knowledge of the old paths, and Dee's uncanny ability to move without sound. The dragon horde was vast beyond imagination. Gold from treasuries of fallen kingdoms lay scattered like sand upon the cavern floor. Jewels that had once adorned the crowns of kings caught what little light there was and threw it back in rainbow fragments. And in the center of it all, beneath the sleeping head of Ur-Dugul, lay the anvil of Thrain. Working with infinite care, they began to create a path through the hoard. Gold coins were lifted one by one, set aside in perfect silence. Jeweled cups were relocated with movements so gentle they seemed like caresses. Step by tiny step, they approached their goal. The work was agony. Every few moments, they had to freeze as Ur-Dagul stirred in its sleep, its massive form shifting in ways that sent avalanches of treasure cascading across the cavern floor. More than once, Dees was certain they had been discovered, that the great eye would open and their quest would end in fire and death. At last, they reached the anvil. Up close, it was even more magnificent than the legends had suggested. The sacred hammerhead was carved from a single block of star metal, surface covered with ruins that seemed to move and shift in the dim light. Now comes the true test, Feli whispered. Together, on my count. 1, 2. They lifted. The anvil was heavier than stone, heavier than iron, but it moved, rising slowly from its resting place. As the two dwarfs strained with every fiber of their being, the dragon stirred. Ur-Dagul's great head shifted, and one crimson eye crackled open like the first gleam of a fell dawn. For a heartbeat that seemed to last an eternity, dragon and dwarfs stared at each other across the glittering hoard. Then, Gandalf's voice rang out from the cavern mouth, no longer soft and soothing, but terrible with command. Words of ancient power rolled from his tongue, and with them came a flash of silver that drove back the dragon's awakening consciousness.
Away, now, my brave dwarfs. Do not look back.
Dees and Feli ran. The anvil clutched between them, their feet slipping and sliding on the treasure-strewn floor. Behind them came a roar that shook the mountain to its roots. Ur-Dagul, fully awakened and filled with incandescent rage. Dragonfire erupted from the depths of the delve, turning stone to slag and metal to vapor. But Gandalf was ready, his staff blazing with white light as he wove a barrier of power across the entrance. The flames broke against his defense like waves upon a cliff.
Into the pass,
He commanded.
quickly, before it breaks free.
They fled down the mountainside as Ur-Dagul raged behind them. The dragon's fury echoing across the peaks like thunder. Twice the beast attempted to follow, but each time Gandalf's spells turned it back. The narrowness of the passages and the wizard's cunning defenses forced the creature back into its violated lair. Dawn was breaking over the Iron Hills when the small company finally reached safety. The anvil of Thrar, borne in triumph through the gates of Gror's stronghold. Word of their success spread through the halls like wildfire, and soon every dwarf in the mountain had come to see the legendary artifact that had been wrestled from the dragon's hoard. The anvil was set in place in the great forge hall, and even before the first hammer fell upon its surface, its presence seemed to transform the very air. The defeated looks faded from dwarf faces, replaced by expressions of wonder and renewed hope. Here was the tool that shaped weapons for kings. Rooney wept openly as he ran his aged hands over the anvil's surface.
"It is true," he whispered. "Every word of the old songs is true. With this, we can forge anew the axe of unyielding. With this, no darkness shall prevail against the craft of Durin's children."
Already, the forges were being lit, their flames burning brighter than they had in years. The first piece to be placed upon the anvil was a fragment of the shattered axe of unyielding, its broken edges gleaming with hope of renewal. When the hammer fell, the sound that rang through the halls was not the simple clang of metal on metal. Something deeper. The music of creation itself. The song that had shaped the stars and given form to the world. In the days that followed, weapons of legendary power began to emerge from the forge halls. Blades that could cut through the darkest sorcery. Armor that turned aside both steel and spell. Axes that sang with the valor of their wielders. When the orcs of Gundabad next dared to test the strength of Durin's children, they found their dark magic useless against steel, blessed by the anvil of Tharin. But perhaps the greatest victory was not in the weapons themselves, but in what their forging restored to the dwarven people. Pride returned to their halls, songs to their lips and hope to their hearts. The old skills that had seemed lost forever were remembered and renewed. Young dwarfs who had known only defeat now stood tall with the knowledge that they were heirs to a craft that had shaped the very foundations of Middle-earth.
"Drake Whisperer, they call me now,"
Gandalf mused to Shadowfax as they stood upon a mountain ledge, watching the transformed landscape. Where once the Iron Hills had seemed shrouded in defeat, now they rang with the music of renewed purpose. Smoke rose from a dozen forges, but it was clean smoke now, carrying with it the scent of honest labor.
"A pretty title,"
came Gror's voice behind him. The dwarf lord approached, But this was not the broken leader who had first greeted him. This was a king restored to his full majesty, his beard now braided with threads of mithril, and his eyes bright with purpose.
Both names shall be remembered,
Gror said solemnly.
Drake Whisperer and Anvil Seeker. But more than names, Mithrandir, the tale itself shall live on. How wisdom and cunning succeeded, where strength alone would have failed. How courage took many forms, and how the greatest treasures were not always won by the sword.
They stood together in comfortable silence, watching as the sun set behind the peaks of the misty mountains. Somewhere in those heights, Ur-Dagul brooded in its violent lair, nursing wounded pride and plotting vengeance that would never come. For the dragon had learned, as all creatures of shadow must eventually learn, that some things cannot be held by force alone. As the first stars appeared in the darkening sky, Gandalf mounted Shadowfax and prepared to resume his eternal wanderings. There were other roads to travel, other sorrows to mend, other flames to rekindle in the growing darkness. But he carried with him the satisfaction of duty well done and friendship honored. The road stretched before him like a silver ribbon in the starlight, and the final wave to the dwarfs of the Iron Hills, Gandalf the Grey rode forth into the night. Drake Whisperer, Anvil Seeker, friend to all who stood against the shadow. Behind him, the forges sang their song of renewal, and ahead lay all the paths of Middle-earth, waiting for the touch of wisdom and the gentle guidance of one who served the secret fire. It is said in the years that followed, when bards sang of the deeds of Gandalf the Grey, they would tell of many great works, of his role in the War of the Ring, of his struggle with the Balrog, of his part in the downfall of Sauron himself. But among the dwarfs of the Iron Hills, no tale was more treasured than that of the night when cunning and ancient song succeeded. The anvil of Thrain was restored to its rightful place. Thus ends the tale of the shadow on the forge, as it was told in the halls of the Iron Hills, where the anvil of Thrain sings still. The memory of Gandalf burns bright as a forge fire in the hearts of all who love wisdom above strength, courage above conquest. In the waning days of autumn, when the leaves of Chetwood had turned to gold, and the weather hills stood against a steel-grey sky, Aragorn, son of Arathorn, came upon the village of Woodcroft. A silence hung over the settlement that spoke not of peace, but a sudden calamity. Bodies lay where they had fallen, with no blade wound or arrow strike, only a terrible pallor and a rime of frost that lingered despite the season. "This cold is not of nature's making," he murmured, kneeling beside a fallen villager. From a root cellar emerged a girl of perhaps only 12 winters, with tangled hair and haunted eyes. She clutched a small knife in her trembling hands. "I mean you no harm," said Aragorn gently, sheathing his sword. "I am Strider, Ranger of the North." The girl did not speak, but her eyes lingered on the silver-starred brooch on his cloak. "Come," he said, extending his hand. "The dead can wait, but you cannot remain among them." Thus, Aragorn, who had walked the wilds alone for many years, found himself guardian to a child who walked in shadow and spoke not of the horrors she had witnessed. The prancing pony was alive with light when Aragorn arrived in Bree. In a shadowed corner waited Tir Naborn, eldest of the Dúnedain Rangers. His once mighty frame now bent with age and an unnatural pallor. "I feared you would not come in time," said the old ranger, his voice barely audible. "What has befallen you?" asked Aragorn. "A chill from the north," Tir Naborn replied. "The furrowed waith stirs. Ancient evil, long dormant, now awaken. You withdrew a weathered map. The watchtowers of Arnor, not all were abandoned when the kingdom fell. Some held their vigil in secret. My grandfather spoke of these," said Aragorn, "but they were thought lost an age ago." "No, not lost," Tir Naborn's voice faltered. "Forgotten, as was their purpose. The heir of Isildur must remember what others have forgotten. Beware the servants of the enemy who fled not west but north after the Great War. They have slept in ice, but now they wake. With these, Tirhaborn withdrew, leaving Aragorn with an ancient map, a lost girl, and words of disquiet. It is said upon the green slopes of Weathertop that they met. I am talking, of course, of the ranger and the wizard. Gandalf's brows furrowed as he examined this old map. The young child watching silently. These markings follow the line of watchtowers built in the early days of Arnor, said the wizard. They were raised to guard against more than just the realm of Angmar. Gandalf looked at the child. She has not spoken since you found her. Not a word, replied Aragorn. Though sometimes in her sleep, she murmurs of cold shadows and blue eyes that burn like stars. These were the servants of Morgoth, who fled after his defeat, Gandalf continued. Some westward across the sea, but others went north, into the waste of ice, where even the Valar did not pursue. It was thought they perished in those bitter lands, where all else fell into a sleep so deep it mirrored death. And now they wake, said Aragorn. The time approaches when you must claim all of your inheritance, said Gandalf. But tread carefully. These powers are ancient, from before the dominion of men. In the grey light before the dawn, Aragorn stood upon Weathertop, his gaze turned northward. The north called to him, not merely as a land to be protected, but as a realm that was his by right and duty. As he descended, he found the young girl awake, watching him with solemn eyes. We journey north, he told her, not expecting a response. But to his surprise, the girl spoke. Her voice thin but clear. The shadows take them all away. Cold shadows, with eyes like blue fire. Who were taken, girl? My father. The men of the village. They follow the pale one who does not walk upon the snow. Then she retreated once more into silence. As they prepared to depart, Aragon noted travelers speaking of northern disturbances. The awareness of this threat was spreading. They followed the Great North Road as it wound through increasingly wild countryside. Once a proud thoroughfare of Arnor, it was now little more than a track reclaimed by nature. And as they traveled, the girl began to speak a little more. She spoke of her people, the Lasoth of Forokel, who dwelled in the ice bay far to the north. The snowmen of the north, mused Aragorn. It is said they were aided by Arvedwi, the last king, though they could not save him from the cruel sea. The girl nodded. The promise was made then, to watch, to warn. It was on the fifth night Aragon sensed they were being followed. Someone tracks us since we left the Weather Hills. Not the cold ones, the girl said with certainty. This one walks heavy upon the earth. The confrontation came at dusk. A woman emerged from the shadows, tall and lean, the sword in one hand, and a drawn bone in the other. You lead the one who took my brother, she accused, her voice edged with the accent of Rohan. The child is your lure. I am Aragorn, son of Arathorn, he replied. This girl is the sole survivor of a village slain by evil we do not yet fully comprehend. My brother Aldor rode north at the bidding of King Thengel. His last message spoke of a ranger who would guide him to the northern wastes. He has not been heard from in 3 moons. I know of no such ranger, said Aragorn. But our purposes may align. I seek answers to a northern threat. And then, unexpectedly, the child spoke. He wore a silver horse upon his helm, and carried a horn tipped with gold. 7 riders went into the ice, following the words of a map maker. The woman lowered her bow. How would you know this, child? My people saw them pass. The map maker had hair the color of yours. The cold ones took them 3 days later, near the broken tower. Thus was formed an uneasy alliance. A ranger, Rohirrim a shield maiden, and a child. They made camp in a sheltered hollow. In the deep of night, the child suddenly sat upright, her eyes fearful. They come, she whispered. The cold ones come. They came silently through the trees. Men, or what had once been men, accompanied by wolves of unnatural size. Both beasts and masters shared the same trait. Eyes of cold blue flame that seemed to draw light into themselves. The battle was joined with fierce intensity. The enemies felt no pain, pressing forward with grievous wounds. Most disturbing was the cold that emanated from them. A bone-deep chill that numbed the flesh where their weapons made contact. They were dead before we ever faced them, said the woman grimly. Corpses animated by foul craft. Thralls, the girl called them. The cold one takes your warmth and gives back only ice. The body serves, but the soul is gone. It was 2 days later they discovered the first of the watchtowers, marked by Diraborn's map. little more than a ring of weathered stone and a single leaning tower wall. Eruimar, said Aragorn, reading the worn inscription. The Tower of Lonely Vigilance. It was raised in the time of Elendil himself. In what must once have been a guard room, they discovered markings upon the wall. Chronicle, kept by the tower's last inhabitants. The final entry read, "They come from the ice, walking through the storm as if it parts before them. Our arrows do not stop them. The cold burns. I write this as they break down the door. Remember us." The woman discovered weapons of Rohan make and remnants of maps. One contained a sketch of a structure upon an island with a note. "The ice fortress stands upon Himring. Must investigate further." Himring, mused Aragorn. In elder days, it was a fortress of the sons of Feanor, but it was thought lost beneath the waves. "It lies in the Bay of Forokel," said the young girl. "A place forbidden by my people. The island of ghosts, where lights shine, though no one lives." From the top of the remaining wall, Aragorn saw a column of pale smoke rise in the distance. A cold mist that hung unnaturally in the still air. "Our path leads onward," he said. "To Himring, and whatever darkness has made its dwelling there." It was the journey to the coast of Forokel that tested them sorely. And it was said that it was the young girl who had saved them. Her knowledge of the land revealing hidden paths. They reached the shores as the weak winter sun hung low on the horizon. The reception from the Lasoth was cautious but not hostile. An elder stepped forward, his white hair bound in intricate braids. "The daughter of Finn returns," he said, "with strangers who walk a dangerous path. I am Aragorn, son of Arathorn," said Aragorn. "I am Kauko, voice of the Lasoth. Why do you come to our lands, heir of Isildur?" Kauko then told the tale of Arvedwi, the last king who had sought refuge with the Lasoth in the final days of Arnor. "He gifted us with a ring of power in thanks of our aid," said the elder. "But he would not heed our warnings about the treachery of the Winter Sea. His ship was crushed in the ice. Not all was lost," said Aragorn. "The line of kings continued through his son, who escaped southward before the fall. So we have kept faith," nodded Kauko, "watching the north when the Dunedain could not. After much discussion, the Lasoth agreed to guide them across the treacherous ice to Himring. It was that night the young girl revealed to Aragorn, "My father was among those who went with the Outlanders to warn them away from Himring. He did not return. That is why I journeyed south, seeking the heirs of Isildur. As our story said we must, when the shadows returned. Himring rose from the ice bay like a great dark tooth. Their Lasoth guides would go no further. "We will wait 3 days," said the guide. "If you have not returned by then, we must assume you will not." What they found at the summit defied expectation. An intact chamber, its walls covered in writings and maps of incredible preservation. "This was sealed," said Aragorn, examining the heavy stone door. "Protected from time itself by the craft of the elder days. they discovered scrolls preserved in stone coffers. This speaks of servants of Morgoth who fled northward after his defeat. Aragorn translated. Sorcerers and shapeshifters who could not be destroyed by conventional means. My brother found this place, said the woman, lifting a torn scrap of parchment. His note read, "The pale sorcerer has awakened. He gathers the ancient dead and shapes new servants from the living. The Palantir of Anuminas is in his possession. We are discovered. If anyone finds this, warn the South." Now we know the true nature of our enemy, said Aragorn. Sorcerer from the elder days has awakened from long dormancy. The Palantir in his possession. As Aragorn and the woman studied the ancient records, the young girl moved to the chamber's far wall, where a series of smaller markings had been carved. "These were made by my people," she said. "Generation upon generation, the Lasotha sent their bravest to this chamber to record what they observed of the northern waste. When Arvidwi was lost, my ancestors swore to maintain the watch in the Dunedain instead. We have been the eyes of Arnor, when Arnor itself was blind. And it was just then a sudden chill swept through the chamber, extinguishing their small lamps. And in the new darkness, a blue glow emanated from the entrance. "They know we are here," said the girl. "The thralls come." And the thralls did come, in overwhelming numbers. Dead men animated by sorcery, their eyes burning with cold blue fire. Despite their valiant defense, companions were soon overwhelmed. Through a gap in the press of enemies, Aragorn caught a glimpse of a figure watching. Tall and gaunt, with skin like alabaster and eyes that held the cold light of distant stars. The pale sorcerer's gaze locked with Aragorn's for a moment. It seemed to stretch into eternity. In that instant, Aragorn felt the weight of ancient malice. A hatred directed not at him personally, but at all he represented. The bloodline of those who had served the Valar in the overthrow of Morgoth. Surrender, heir of Isildur, came a voice like ice cracking. And your companions may yet live to serve. As consciousness faded beneath a blow to his head, Aragorn's last sight was of the sorcerer approaching. A look of cold triumph on his ancient, pale face. Aragorn awoke in a cell of black ice. The door swung open to reveal a man with the unmistakable features of the Rohirrim. The same golden hair as the woman, though now diminished by captivity. His eyes held the cold blue fire of the thralls. Aldor, Aragorn said, recognizing the woman's brother. Your sister came seeking you, he continued. She braved many dangers to find you. I know her name. It is Haleth. At the mention of Haleth, a tremor passed through Aldor's rigid frame. The blue fire in his eyes dimmed momentarily, replaced by awareness and anguish. Yes, fight it, urged Aragorn. You are Aldor of Rohan, not a thrall of this darkness. With evident agony, Aldor forced out words. He comes. The army. It gathers the stone. Shows all. Guards entered and dragged Aldor away. The Pale One would speak with you. Heir of the West, they announced. They brought him to a vast chamber at the heart of the fortress. Upon a throne of crystalline ice sat the pale sorcerer. Alabaster skin stretched over a frame too tall and too thin, with eyes that contained the cold light of distant stars. The air of Isildur graces my humble dwelling, said the sorcerer. How the mighty have fallen. And who addresses me? Asked Aragorn. In the elder days, before the breaking of the world, I was Maeglin, a servant of Morgoth the Mighty, the sorcerer replied. When he fell, and the Valar's wrath scoured the land, I fled north with such knowledge and power as I could salvage. From the shadows came a thrall bearing a palantir, one of the 7 seeing stones brought to Middle-earth from Númenor. With it, I have watched the declining realms of men, Maeglin said. I have seen their weakness, their disunity. He rose with unnatural grace. For centuries, I have gathered my strength. Now my army stands ready. An army that feels no pain, needs no sustenance, and knows no fear. The time has come for a new power to arise in the north. I offer you this choice, heir of Isildur. Retreat south your companions. Tell those who will listen that the North is lost to them. Do this, and you may yet live out your brief mortal span before darkness claims all. And if I refuse, then you will watch as I bend your friends to my will, as I have bent so many others. The Rarim woman already weakens. The Losoth child has abilities that interest me greatly. It was days later, during his methodical examination of his cell, that Aragorn heard a light step at his door. A soft click, and the door swung open to reveal the young girl. A ring of iron keys in her hand. Quickly, she whispered. The guards change at midnight. We have little time. How did you escape your captors? He asked, as they navigated the fortress corridors. I did not need to escape, she replied. The Cold Ones cannot sense me as they sense others. It is a gift of my people, paid for in blood long ago. They found Haleth, the woman, secured to a table of stone by shackles of black ice. Her skin had the pale blue tinge of extreme cold, but her eyes still held a spark of defiance. You should have left me, she gasped, as Aragorn broke her bonds. It was in their search for escape they found Aldor, meticulously copying symbols, military orders for the army of thralls. Brother, Haleth called softly. Recognition dawned in his eyes. Haleth, you came. Always, she replied. must go, he said, each word a battle. The attack begins with the new moon. 3 days hence. The southern kingdoms are not prepared. He pressed a folded parchment into her hand. His plans. Take it to Thendigal. Warn them all. There is another way out, said the young girl urgently, as they heard approaching thralls. Through the lower chambers, ice tunnels that run beneath the fortress. With the final, heartbreaking look at her brother, Haleth allowed herself to be led away. Aragorn gripped Aldor's shoulder. Your courage will be remembered in the halls of your fathers. Tell my sister to sing my name under open skies, Aldor replied, where the wind can carry it home. They escaped through ice tunnels to the southern shore of Himring, far from where the thralls would be searching. In a hunter's cache, they found supplies left by the Lasoth. The Palantir is the key to his power, said Aragorn. With it, he coordinates his forces across vast distances. It was then he outlined his plan. Haleth would create a diversion at the fortress's main entrance, drawing away as many thralls as possible. Meanwhile, Aragorn would comfort Maeglin directly, challenging him for the possession of the Palantir. While his attention was fixed on Aragorn, the young girl would approach unseen, and at the critical moment, provide the advantage they needed. They approached the fortress as the weak northern sun reached its zenith. Remember, said Aragorn, once we separate, we will have no means of communication. Timing is essential. To the young girl, he gave the silver star brooch of the Dunedain. Keep this close. If you must flee alone, show it to any ranger you encounter. They will aid you in my name. I would speak with your master Aragorn declared to the guards. Tell the Pale One that Aragorn, son of Arathorn, heir of Isildur, returns to claim what is rightfully his. The sorcerer awaited in the central chamber, which had been transformed into a war room. The heir of Isildur returns, said Maeglin. Courage or folly? Perhaps they are the same in the eyes of mortals. I come to challenge you directly, said Aragorn. Not as a captive this time, but as the rightful heir to these northern lands. Challenge me? With what army, ranger? I carry the greatest weapon against your kind. The right to rule these lands by the blessing of the Valar themselves, passed down through the blood of Númenor, unbroken to this day. He gestured to the Palantir. That seeing stone was crafted for my ancestors. A gift from the Elder to the faithful of Númenor. Belongs in the hands of the heirs of the Elendil, not a traitor who sold his own kin to Morgoth. With a snarl of rage, Maeglin descended, a sword of black ice forming in his hand. Aragorn's own sword was cast at his feet by a thrall. The clash of their blades echoed through the chamber like thunder across ice fields. Aragorn fought with all his skill, but the sorcerer was formidable beyond mortal measure. Beyond the sorcerer, the young girl crept toward the Palantir, her approach masked by the battle. Seeing her, Aragorn found new strength and launched a counterattack that drove Maeglin back. I am Aragorn, son of Arathorn, heir of Isildur, rightful king of Andor and Gondor. By the blood of Númenor that flows in my veins, I claim the Palantir of Anúminas. At this declaration, young girl darted forward, laid her hands upon the seeing stone. Sorcerer whirled with a cry of rage, but too late. Light flared within the Palantir, no longer cold blue, silver, responding to the presence of one with the blood of Lossoth, the command of the rightful heir. The chamber filled with blinding radiance. When it cleared, Palantir stood revealed in its true splendor, no longer corrupted by the sorcerer's will. Maeglin staggered back, his connection to his thrall army severed. "Now," shouted Aragorn, and Haleth, the woman who had fought her way to the chamber, loosed an arrow that struck the sorcerer's shoulder, disrupting his concentration further. Aragorn pressed forward, his blade finding new strength as he fought no longer as a lone ranger, but as the heir to 2 kingdoms. With the final thrust, he drove his sword through the sorcerer's heart. If heart there was in such a being. Maeglin's form shimmered, began to dissolve, like ice under sudden heat. "This ends nothing," he hissed, as his physical form failed. "The cold endures. I shall return when the stars grow old." Throughout the fortress, the thralls collapsed like puppets with cut strings. Those most recently taken, including many of the Lossoth and traders from Dale, began to stir as awareness returned to their eyes. Haleth rushed to where Aldor lay. For a dreadful moment, she feared he was too lost. But then his eyes flickered open, clear now, free of the cold fire that had possessed them. "Sister," he whispered, "the darkness has passed." Three days later, they stood once more upon the shores of Forokel. The Lossoth had gathered to bid farewell to the strange company that freed their northern lands from an ancient darkness. Kauko stepped forward and presented Aragorn with an intricately carved bone token. "This grants safe passage through our lands to any who bear it. The heir of Isildur and his descendants will always be welcome among the Lossoth." "What of the Seeing Stone?" asked Haleth, gesturing to where the Palantir rested, wrapped in furs. It cannot go south yet, said Aragorn. Its power is too great, and there are other dark forces who would seek it. He turned to Calco. Will your people continue their watch, as they have done so since the days of Arvatwi? The elder nodded solemnly. We will guard it until the time comes for the king to reclaim all his inheritance. The young girl stood beside her grandfather, once more a child of the Snow People, though changed by her journey. Will you return, Aragorn? She asked. I will, he promised. The north is my realm as much as the south. I shall not forget it again. Haleth and her brother prepared their horses for the long journey home. Rohan will stand with Gondor when the time comes, she said. With Arnor, should its king call. As they departed, Aragorn cast one last glance northward. The fortress of Himring stood empty once more, cleansed of its dark presence, but still a watchful sentinel against threats from the uttermost north. The shadow had been driven back, but not destroyed. Yet in this victory, Aragorn had taken another step toward his destiny. The heir turned his face southward, but in his heart, the north had awakened. One day, he would return to claim all of his inheritance. Arnor, Gondor, united once more under the white tree and the 7 stars.